Yes, Brandon, that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
improve and get ready for your qualifying to put it at the top of the boards. Give yourself a good starting position for today's races. So currently still Hayden Jones up there at the top. He laid down a 48.723. Nobody else able to come within a tenth of a second. McPherson still back there with the 48.900, actually tying the time of Caleb Gaffera, both with the 48.9 flat. And then it's 49.0 with Kardashian. Mick Gabriel still there in P5 as we're wrapping up this session. We'll come back to the checkered this time or next. We'll get another lap out of this one. 10-minute sessions here for your warm-ups. The drivers making the most of the track time available this morning.
About 9.5 minutes into the session now. You're looking at Caleb Gaffera on screen, the driver who is currently competing in USF 2000 for Paps Motorsports. Simon, you're pretty familiar with that team, or Paps Racing. Yeah, you gave me a look. You're pretty familiar with that team. You know, it's nice to see Caleb come race still every weekend that he can on board the Host Driver Development team, doing some coaching. You know, tell me, you know, what's Caleb kind of going through, going from car to car? I mean, he was testing on the big track of Road America 2 days ago, and then in a kart the next day. So, kind of, what's that like?
Certainly, it's been a big week for Caleb. Right into the middle of the hot stretch of the USF 2000 competition, still getting every chance he can to get back in the kart. And, you know, 4 wheels in the steering wheel, seat time is important, so just making sure he has all that practice down. But it is a big transition, especially the last couple of days, coming straight out of that USF 2000 machine, right back into the KA100 Sr here, and still proving that he can be at the front of both. Laying down that last lap time of 48.83 will put him up to P2, edges out McPherson for that second spot. But Caleb, certainly a driver that we've seen in the seat a lot this year, both in the karts and in the cars so far.
Minutes into this session, it's still Hayden Jones up top. You see Caleb letting back, you know, not trying to run out in front, clean air here. Just letting some guys pass. I believe behind him running is Austin Olds in the MPG Motorsports Kart, the kid out of Terre Haute, Indiana. He's proven himself on the national scene the last couple weeks, winning a pole last weekend at OKN Stars. I believe that was Gaffera that just went to the, yep, Caleb Gaffera goes into the scale line. He's decided that he's gotten what he's wanted out of this session.
As we still follow Olds through turn 1 up into the chicane now. A driver that has really established himself on the scene this year, especially in the direct drive category that featured over in the Stars Championship Series. Some impressive runs both at Charlotte, and then following that up with a pole at our last event, King of the Castle. A driver that has looked so strong this year. Not quite the results to close the deal and get that win yet, but still looking for it and still competing near the front of the fields. Austin Olds has certainly been on the money this year. We're looking decently quick in this happy hour session, currently P7 on the board, so pull it into pit lane this time by, as will the majority of the field. Checkers are out here for happy hour in KA100 Sr. So as we have the last couple of karts across the line, let's take you through how that session wrapped up. Hayden Jones, no one able to match his time from lap number 4 of a 48.7. We've seen drivers do 10, 11 laps, but a lot of these lap times, the best laps coming early in the session. Caleb Gaffera, one of them to do it late. He'll go P2 on lap number 8. McPherson, his lap 3 was his best lap. Will round him out of that session in 3rd. Kardashian 4th. Gabriel rounds out the top 5 farther back. It was Tristan Farber, Austin Olds, Jamie Saraki, Charles Roque, and Wyatt Leslie, your top 10 here at KA100 Sr Happy Hour. We're going to take a quick break and hear from our partners. When we come back, more happy hour action to come. It is your 206 juniors taking the track now.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food. I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Car rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30 with in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions. Each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex here at Road America. You're looking at 206 Junior, presented by Bobby Cruz Racing Services. Up the top of the boards right now is Jack Fiber, the 381. We're still in happy hour. Final session before qualifying, get everything figured out, get up to speed. Put down the best 3 laps of the weekend later on here in qualifying. Taking a look at Jack in the 381. Aboard a Steel Motorsports Morel Art. Goes quicker that last lap with a 55.982, still stays at the top. Jack Fiber. We got to change to the top of the board. Gavin Dyer in the 305 to the top with a 55.878. Goes about a 10th quicker. Let's take a look at the point standings in 206 Junior while we're watching Happy Hour. Brady Shad in the 365, currently leading the points. He sits 7th in this current session in Happy Hour. Sam Tutwiler in 2nd, 60 points back. Jack Fiber, who sits 2nd on the board, is in 3rd. Christopher Utsi in 4th, 97 points back. And Carson Benjamin, 120 points back in 5th.
So as we're about halfway into our 206 Junior Happy Hour. Top of the board still Dyer. You can see the big pace difference between this and the KA100 Seniors that were just previously on track running in the 48-second bracket. These carts just dipping into the 55-second bracket, more of a momentum-based category. These are your juniors in that 206 four-stroke engine package. So requires a lot of roll speed, a lot of momentum. There's not as much brake, stop and go, especially at this place, these fast rolling corners here, Kyle. It's more of a, carry the speed and keep those minimums up to make the pace, as opposed to some of our other categories where they get up and go and you're getting on the brake, stopping it all the way into the corner. This is a lot more roll based, and these drivers making the most of it here in this session.
Yeah, and if you're new to watching, these 206, the 206 class, these are the races that you're going to see most pack racing. You're going to see the leader, because it's so momentum based, you're going to see the leader not really usually able to get away, and you're probably going to see a good line of carts and a lot of drafting, teamwork take effect in these classes particularly.
And it'll certainly be a lot of good racing action, especially in the 206 categories, coming at you later today. But as the drivers are getting their happy hour sessions wrapped up, we'll talk a little bit about what it takes to really make some of these carts fast. These 206 really want a lot of rotation, so the driver's just looking for the cart to do a lot of the work for them to keep those minimum speeds up through these long duration corners. And it seems like Gavin Dyer on my timing is still at the top. I think I'm a bit behind now. But on the boards, the driver's still exchanging spots, dipping into the mid-55s now as we work through the session. The tire temps coming up, the pressure's building, and the cart's finding more grip here early in the morning.
Isaac Rothel up to the top of the board in the 322 for the 55.479. 2/10 ahead of Ethan Leroy.
You can already see some of the drivers out here working in a group. Some opting to go by themselves. We see some racing action already here in happy hour, just a practice session, but these boys are going at it, racing like it's a main event here, working on the pack strategies, where the runs generate, and just setting themselves up for later in the day, seeing where they can make moves, where's the prime passing opportunities in this class.
You see a little bit of too light action here in happy hour, but that's what you got to do in this class. Particularly, you can have the best, qualifying lap that you can in qualifying, but really, sitting on the pole probably isn't the most important in terms of your whole weekend. So using this practice to really practice, where you can pass people, and just the timing of it all is probably the most important thing you can do, versus maybe, KA Senior or the KA classes where, you might want to practice and try and hit your marks and get the best lap possible on single lap pace.
And some of the racing action we're seeing here this morning in practice is coming from that natural desire to get those draft laps in, find the toe on the track, set yourselves up for a good lap. This will be very, very useful for our drivers here in the 206 Juniors come qualifying time, when that draft's going to be ever so important for getting a time at the top of the sheets. Just taking that turbulent air, reducing the amount of drag over your kart, it's highly, highly important in our four-stroke categories, and the drivers certainly working on it here this morning.
Still Isaac Rothel at the top of the boards with a 55.479. Ethan Leroy sitting second. the 373. Braden Domont in third. Pearson Golseth sitting fourth now, and Gavin Dyer sitting fifth.
Gavin, who is early to the top of the boards, now cycling down the order into sixth spot as other karts are finding their pace. Jack Fever and Pearson Golseth on that last lap setting. They're both personal best lap times of the session, working together 55.8s for the pair of them. And again, that just comes down to knowing who's out there, knowing who's around you, who you can work with to get these laps in. It's going to be very, very important in just a session's time, as the checkered flag is now waving for the end of happy hour in 206 Junior. Like you mentioned, Isaac Rothel in that number 322 to the top of the board at 55.479 with a nice healthy gap, 2.5 tenths over Ethan Leroy. And then Jack Fever, Pearson Golseth, and Braden DeMont, your top five. We take a look down through the rest of the order as a few karts still coming through to cross the line. Pearson Golseth improved on that last lap. He'll put himself up to P2 as we take a look at the full lineup here in 206 Junior, and that will conclude their last practice session of the day. From here on out, it's qualifying and heat racing time. Up next will be your Micro Swift category, the youngest drivers here getting ready for their final practice. So those pickups complete for 206 Junior. Now the Micro Swift drivers released from the grid onto the track. Getting out here, get their final laps of practice in. Theme of the morning. Like you mentioned earlier, a bit of an unusual morning where we have those double practice sessions before we go qualifying. Lots of track time to figure your kart, your setup out. Those last little bit of your driving up to pace, leading the way for this Micro Swift category of the number one, Austin Taylor in that MPG Motorsports machine with a long line of karts lined up behind them. We'll cycle around the last corner, come to take the green flag here in happy hour.
Austin Taylor out of Indianapolis, Indiana for MPG Academy. If you hear some, if you hear any other sounds that aren't go-karts, we are right next to the Road America circuit. Now, this track is located in a pretty convenient place right next to the Hurry Downs on the side of the hill. So it is the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex really is in probably the perfect spot.
And you can see it there in the background. Turn 8 here at the famous Road America circuit. One of the best in the country, and just a pleasure to be here for Route 66, able to join alongside some of the vehicles taking on the big track as we take on the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. But it's not Briggs and Stratton out there right now. It is Micro Swift and Bo Wyatt in that number 41 machine, the early leader here on lap 1, 54.2, in a very, very tight group at the front as they're all on a line and a lot of lap times within a tenth of a second. The entire top 4 within a tenth of a second currently. So that just goes to show this is another one of the categories where working with your competitors can put you at a heavy advantage, in these drivers certainly out there all in a pack. As we see Taylor go a little bit wide, trying to hold on to his position in the group. Line of 4 here at the front. Drivers sorting their positions, making moves, setting themselves up for the best lap possible. Another big category where that draft is going to be useful later in qualifying, so great practice here for these young drivers.
Dutch Westbrook to the top of the board in the Bennick machine with a 53.486. Third in line in the pack here, probably has a good toe on Austin Taylor as he makes some thought about making the move at the top of the hill.
He looked down the inside there, Kyle. We saw him make a pass on that last lap, still able to go P1 while completing a move. We'll see what he has for us this lap. A failed attempt there to go by Austin Taylor may set him back just a little bit on this lap, but it is Liam 4, currently P2, leading the way for this group in that Tony Kart machine, as now you see Dutch Westbrook down the inside Austin Taylor. The drivers certainly feeling their competitors out, not afraid to make moves here in practice.
Yeah, they're really showing how racy this track is, and kind of a preview of what to expect later on today in the heat races. And he's gonna make a move on Liam 4.
Dutch Westbrook working his way through the pack. He's made short work of everyone. He'll run a little bit wide, but not enough to stop him from retaining his position at the top of the boards. You see how far back Austin Taylor drops just by losing that position, losing that run on that one lap. He'll drop all the way from near the top down to P7. So a very, very tight field here in Micro Swift. Still Westbrook at the top. Liam 4 dropping back as well. That's a product of leading this group around. You're giving everybody else the toe in the draft around this place, not taking any for yourself. We'll see if he can improve while he's behind other drivers. But as I say that, he's back to the front. Westbrook wide in the last corner. Liam 4 back to the front of this group. It's actually very entertaining here, Kyle. It's a practice session, but it feels more like a race.
Yeah, these Micro Swifts and Mini Swift, to be fair, both of the cadet classes, they like to put on a show. More times than not, you'll get a photo finish in a big pack race. You see Dutch moves to the back of the field. I'm guessing he just didn't want to lead the field and probably wants to try to make a run through it again, right?
A lot of action for him on that last lap. Now he'll be set up to get a really good run next time by. So not this lap, but we'll see what he has in store for us next lap, as the rest of the group still nose to tail exiting these last couple of corners. Liam 4 still at the front of this pack. See if his times improve at all. It's still Dutch Westbrook up at the top. As the times cycle through, nobody improving really that time by. Bit too much action and passing on that lap as we see Taylor down to the inside of Liam 4. They'll bring another one with them as they continue to cycle positions here in this practice session.
Yeah, this doesn't really look like happy hour, does it? You see the 41 there, the Bennick of Bo Wyatt sitting second on the board. It's a Bennick 1-2 right now.
Aside from Dutch Westbrook dropping back, if you were to label this race Heat 1 or this session Heat 1, I'd believe you right now the way they're all fighting for the front of this pack, as the entire group of now 5 karts at the front. Westbrook way back on the group, so he'll get a good couple of laps before he has to encounter any more traffic. Does anyone improve this time by? Still no. That lap 3, lap 4 has been the money lap for everyone in this category thus far in the session. It's now 6 laps in. Some categories that bring the tires up a little bit quicker. Some others, it takes a bit longer to work the heat into the tires. It also depends on what tire pressure you're going out on. But everyone in this category finding pace early in the session. We'll see if they have anything to improve as we get down to the latter stages of this session, but so far it seems like lap 3 is the one to look out for. We'll have to remember that for qualifying and see when these drivers pop down their optimal lap times.
See the 28 of Tyler Blackwood on your screen currently, running P3 in the session out of Midland, Texas. See, for this series is most of the drivers you're going to see today are from the Midwest, but there are quite a few guys from all over the place. Really, there's a few from Florida, a few North Carolina, Texas, you name it. So, I really, as a Midwesterner, I would love to just claim that we have the Midwest versus the invaders here. It's
well, I mean,
quite the interesting field.
That's typically what we love to claim in the national circuits with our drivers from across the pond versus our homegrown Americans here. But this Midwest Series bringing some out-of-town talent, as we do have the USPKS Series coming here in just 2 weeks' time. A lot of valuable data to be collected, as well as a lot of good fun racing here in Route 66 Sprint Series. And again, that time by, nobody improving. Even with some decent runs and a little bit less passing than earlier in the session, it just seems like the tires for all of these drivers peaking around lap 3, lap 4. So still Dutch Westbrook with the fastest time in the session. Last time by, he was a 53.7. Most of the rest of the field in that 54-second bracket. One driver getting out of the way, and there's Westbrook coming by him now. Westbrook really rolling some good speed on his own before picking up any draft from this front group. He dropped quite a ways back, well out of tow range, but he's quickly closing on the karts ahead, and that is the number 10 kart we're focused on now. Caitlin Daly just easing herself out of the way, getting her own clean track and running, as they are still fighting like crazy at the front of this field. Boys, it is only a practice session. A lot of good data to be collected for their own knowledge in how they're going to race each other later today.
Some drivers making their way into the scale line. Liam 4 in the 4 kart has made his way to the scale line, cutting his session short. He said, "That's enough. These guys are, racing a little too hard for happy hour. I think I'm good."
They're racing hard, but those last laps were looking fairly strong. Evan Leash moving himself up into P4 in that number 17 machine on the last time by 53.521. The time's extremely tight in this category. Just 0.03 of a second covered the top 3, with both Bo Wyatt and Tyler Blackwood matching each other's times at a 53.444. So checkered flag out here on Microswift. Drivers completing their last flying laps before they get ready to go qualifying. Up next, just one age group up, it's your Mini Swift category that will be on track next. So for the Microswifts, Dutch Westbrook, Bo Wyatt, Tyler Blackwood, Evan Leash, and Dylan Braun, your top 5. Farther on back, Liam 4, who led most of that session from the front of the group. Then Austin Taylor, Lawrence Jorgensen, Harrison Apel, and Cameron Apel. Your top 10 as we have a look just a bit farther back on the drivers. The latter half of the field. Engines fired down there on the grid. It's going to be a quick turnaround. And the Mini Swifts already getting to roll out on the track. Just one age category up, will roll straight into their session. Similar power package for these drivers. Expecting a lot of the same things, maybe just a touch more maturity as these drivers have a couple of years on their Microswift counterparts. We'll see if they decide to fight as hard in this session or not, but regardless, that draft's still very important in this category as well. Who's going to lead the field around? Who's going to set the pace in happy hour? and be the mark to beat in qualifying. So we get a nice look of the 116 machine there. Coming around, Santiago Orioli in that MPG Motorsports. Beautiful livery on that kart. MPG representing well thus far this year. We mentioned Austin Olds in that KA100 Sr with his strong performances. Orioli, another one of our national favorites. He'll start his first lap right on the back of another kart, trying to separate himself and create a little bit of space. Time those drafts, time those runs. That's exactly what this session is for. Figure out what the current conditions are out there. Set yourself up for success.
A lot of big names in this class. Santiago Orioli, Brody Stoffel, Hudson Howard, Dominic Gaddis.
See what the first lap has in store, who's going to set the early pace here in happy hour. Again, another big group, much like the Micro Swifts, setting themselves up to run in one big pack as we see them cross the line for the first time through. And Hudson Howard to the top of the boards, 52.902. Just 400s ahead of Brody Stoffel. And man, what a stacked category we have here in Mini Swift. I mean, just the pure amount of talent that we see from across the country showing up here and immediately to the front of the field for a lot of our national front runners. Hudson Howard enjoying a lot of success this year. Brody Stoffel, a national mainstay. Dominic Gaddis, Orioli, the names go on. There's plenty. I'm not going to be able to get to them all, but such a talented group of drivers here in our Mini Swift category. And a lot of MPG representations. See a couple different liveries there. Orioli in that front kart. And drivers still working their way around the last couple of corners, fighting for those positions. And this time by, no change at the front as they are too busy battling, Kyle.
Indeed. They are, again, kind of like the Micro Swifts, treating this like a race. I mean, how much of this, Simon, is just trying to get into a position to get a clean lap, and how much of this is, oh, this is where I can set you up, this is where I can pass, you know?
I'd say it's probably the personal mindset of the driver, but certainly a healthy dose of both. You want to see what's going to be the best strategy for qualifying, and what's going to be the best strategy for the race come later today when we get into heat number 1, where you can make those moves. And as you see there, Orioli not afraid to throw a late dive in there and get that move secured. So currently it looks like he's out there not only to work on his qualifying prep, but definitely figuring out some good passing opportunities in the latter half of the circuit.
Yeah, and I say that because, you know, you're going to see a lot of the same thing in qualifying, where it's going to look like they're racing, but really it's just guys kind of dogfighting for a clean track or just the best space. Because this is another track where being behind somebody is really going to benefit you throughout the lap, especially here, because going into turn number 1 before the chicane going uphill, you know, you want to be behind somebody there. You don't want to be, you know, the kart in front kind of cutting through the air, being the first one left out.
And as you see Brody Stoffel on your screen, he's in a perfect position just at the back of this group, going to get some of that toe advantage from the whole pack in front of him without having to deal with all of the mess. And this time by, we'll see where he lands. Last lap, Michael Sayupko was the one to beat. Now the number 100 machine will Feitinger to the top of the boards, 52.354. Dominic Gaddis, P2 in the number 114 machine, just 100th of a second behind. And down to P10, everybody in the top 10, 0.2 of a second spread. So you can just see how much everybody running in this pack, how similar the times are, and what that's going to mean for later today. I think that's going to bring us some great racing action.
I agree. 10.5 minutes left in the session here. Ooh, that looked a little dicey there and going up the hill. Brody Stoffel touched wheels a little bit. Be careful, boys. This is just happy hour as he's going to look to make a move on the 126. Not quite.
He was just moving him up the track a little bit.
Yeah,
no harm, no foul. And he'll do it again down what I would call the hurry downs of this karting circuit, as Brody Stoffel certainly getting his elbows out. This looks a lot less like qualifying prep for him and more like figuring out where to race these guys. All right, how can I beat them? What's going to be the best strategy here going forward? And Cameron Johnson on that last lap up to the top of the sheets. We'll put over 1/10 of a second on the field, but as I say that, Orioli almost matches the time, just 0.06 of a second behind. 52.232 at the front, 52.238 for your top two. Dominic Gaddis in third.
Yeah, it really seems like the best laps are starting to come here right at the very end of the session. 10.5 minutes left, or into the session, as Simon Klein goes P1 with a 52.165.
Yeah, certainly quite the opposite than what we saw in the Microswift category. Lap 3, lap 4 being the money lap, but everybody inside the top 5, it's either been lap 5 or lap number 6 where they're setting their fastest laps so far. Still a couple of laps left to run. We'll see if those tires continue to improve, if the lap times continue to fall, but currently Simon Klein at the top. Just a bit of a margin over. Well, as I say that, got a margin over Cameron Johnson, but it's all going to cycle. Drivers continuing to improve. Gaddis back to the forefront. 52.082, 1/100th over Santiago Orioli and then Hudson Howard. Simon Klein in P4, Cameron Johnson from P2 down to P5 that lap, make it P6.
Lots of shuffling across the board as we get to the very end here of Mini Swift Happy Hour. On the screen there's the 132 of Simon Klein, who's currently 4th, has been kind of in and around the top spot. He makes a move. Ooh, that looked to me like the inside line there, you know, not on the racing line, just not enough grip. Kind of locked up the rears there, and
just a bit deep on the brakes.
I bet we're going to see quite a bit of those moves once we get into heat racing.
So as drivers continuing to cycle around, that number 100 machine looking strong. Popped up to the boards earlier, now back to the top by 4/100ths of a second. Will Feitinger setting the early pace on lap number 8. You may see 3, maybe 4 more laps out of these drivers. Will the times continue to fall? Now the entire top 10 setting their laps on lap 6 or beyond. It was lap 8 for Will. Gaddis lap 7, Orioli lap 7. So I think the pressure's lower for this category. The drivers finding a lot of pace as the session continues to run on. With a shorter qualifying session, that's going to have to be something the drivers think about with setting lap times so late in the session. They're not going to have as much time in quality. They're going to have to get it done a bit earlier. So we'll see what that has in store for us, because it's not just one person setting the laps late in the session. It's the entire field going quicker here at the end of the session.
Yeah, it's good momentum to take into qualifying, but you're right, only 3 laps. Not a lot of time to get it done. And coming off of, you know, about an 11-12 minute session, that's even more to think about, right? Because, you know, yeah.
You see 2 MPG karts across the line this time. That was Gaddis and Orioli. They are currently P2 and P3 on the boards, working together well. This looks like some nice quality prep for the MPG duo. Not too much fighting, more of a I go for the pass and you let me by, and we work together lap by lap. Is just behind them, it's Hudson Howard in that J. Howard Driver Development Trinity Kart machine. He's run so well this year thus far. We'll see if he continues to impress this weekend here at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. But as 10.5 minutes elapse in the session, we'll see when that checkered flag will fly, how many more laps these drivers will get, and if they will continue to improve. And it looks like the laps have started to cap off a little bit as the checker will wave, and that'll be lap 11 for most of the group. Looks like lap 7, lap 8 seeming to be the best ones for the Mini Swift category so far. Kyle, why don't you take us through the finishing order?
Sitting P1, the number 100 of Will Feidinger. The number 114 of Dominic Gaddis sitting P2. P3, Santiago Orioli. And we got Stoffel in 4th. Michael Sipka, P5. Hudson Howard, P6. Simon Klein in P7. Cameron Johnson, P8. The 119, P9. Camila Kanash in P10.
So as we take a look farther down the order, Slate Harrell, one of our national mainstays, not finding the pace of that session in the 108. See the rest of the field. Find your favorite drivers. 17 karts here in Mini Swift. Your engines fired on the grid. Coming out next, 206 Senior.
See the 206 seniors taken to the track. Still, this class is so many entries that they're still exiting the pit lane as we are now looking at the top of the hill.
38 listed in the session. This is the first on track. It appears to be the 501 of Jerry Fandry in his TB machine. We'll see the rest of the field still working the way out of the pits.
See the Fandry Daniels Racing team now take to the track. The armada of green TB karts.
And there is Jerry Fandry, my apologies, not leading the way, but leading his group as they are some of the last to exit the pits. Jerry with an impressive run yesterday back to the top of the boards after an unfortunate incident in the paddock.
Yeah, Jerry is racing with 11 stitches this weekend after a battle with a RV slide out, I believe it was.
He certainly lost that fight, but we'll see if he can win the one today.
Let's take a look at the point standing. Speaking of Jerry, he's sitting second behind Adam Maxwell, 25 points back. We have Quentin McPherson running double duty. He's also in KA Senior running 206 Senior as well, 50 points back. Shane Reddy in the 524 is 58 points back. 75 points back is Max Kraus in the 514. Braden Zervies, 110 back in 6th. Dane Underwood, 153 back in 7th. James Mann, 166 back in 8th. And Miles Beaudry, 173 back. And Oliver Gaffer close to the top 10, 194 back. So it's a tight top of the point standings. In 206 Senior, 25 points separates Adam Maxwell and Jerry Fandry. So, yeah, Jerry Fandry with 11 stitches, you know, they're defending champion. You know, you gotta find a way to race right if you're that close.
And no hesitation to get right back in that kart, fighting through the pain this weekend. But top of the boards early in the session, Wyatt Leslie in that number 541, 55.338. And as I say that, our main man to the top of the boards, Jerry Fandry, using all those stitches to get himself a little bit of extra speed. He'll find the early pace in the session, leading that.
Seeing on screen currently, Quentin McPherson right there in the 579, followed by Shane Reddy in the 524.
And those two will go top of the boards on that lap through lap number 2 for those drivers. So it'll cycle a little bit. The Fandry Daniels Racing group going to be last on track, so they'll always cycle back. At the end of the group, we'll see lap number 2 from these drivers as they just had completed lap number 1 over in those TB green karts. But McPherson and Reddy, top of the boards. And so far, we've covered a bunch of momentum categories. It's just been KA Senior, the one where we're not going to see as much pack racing, even though I still think there will be a decent pack. But this is certainly going to be a dogfight here in 206 Seniors. These drivers will be nose to tail the entire time. I don't expect a runaway win here. Looks like a fair bit of draft on this Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. We'll see who's prepping themselves well for qualifying. Qualifying going to be hugely important here with 38 drivers on the track. Starting farther up the field will put you at a significant advantage come time for heat racing. And this all to serve as that final practice, set themselves up, get the most out of their qualifying session. The next one on track, they'll do qualifying in Heat 1 today.
Yeah, McPherson and Reddy obviously finding out now that they are fast together as we see Jerry Fandry back to the top. We're looking at the 5:16 currently. That is Oliver Gaffer, followed by Connor Fashing. You see third in line, the 5:48. That is Eli Carter.
And as they cross for lap number 4, Shane Reddy take over that top spot by just over a 1/10 of a second. 54.597 for the 5.24 machine. You can see how close these drivers are running, how much they want to work with each other to help both set the quick laps of the session. It's going to take more than one kart to go pole here in qualifying. It may take a whole pack.
Almost 11 minutes into the session. It's still Jerry Fandry at the top, followed by Shane Reddy and Quentin McPherson. There's Jerry, or yes, there's Jerry.
That bright green machine, the 501, the black dome on his head, a bandage right under that. He will take back the pace on lap number 4, 54.372. The times continuing to creep down for the entire field as they continue to just build the pace as the session goes on. We're reaching just about the halfway point here, 6 minutes in to the session. Jerry around the last couple of corners. Remember, he's on lap 4. Most drivers have completed 5 laps. This will be Jerry completing his 5th lap. Will he improve? He will not. A bit slower that time, but he remains top of the sheets. Wyatt Leslie in the 5.41 will be P2. Quentin McPherson there in P3. Shane Reddy in P4. Jack Sutton, your current running top 5 on the track.
While Jerry's on the screen, might be a good time to kind of share the story. You know, what a great story of Jerry over the last year and a half, 2 years. You know, him and Jerry Fandry Sr. You know, going into team ownership this year with TB Kart. Jerry getting the opportunity starting last year to run for TB Kart USA in a couple races down in Texas and TSRS, winning the route championship. Just progression over the last few years of the things Jerry has gotten to do, just of his driving ability has just been incredible, phenomenal.
A couple of very, very strong runs at the CK&A Grand Nationals at Newcastle. Jerry has been running well on this engine package and kart combination. As we get a look at some of the drivers farther back in the field, a mix of manufacturers into a 6 Senior. You have some predominantly 4-stroke chassis, other predominantly 2-stroke chassis, but this is where they all meet in the middle, and it's yet to be proven what is the best option to go with, whether you're on a Coyote chassis, a TB, or a Tony Kart. Anything can get the job done here in 206 Senior. Currently, it is TB at the top of the board. So, 8 minutes in, no change in the top 5 other than Louis Palmisano up to P5. 54.628. He'll slide his way up into that 5th position in that number 539 machine. Everyone else remaining pretty static in their running order. On screen now, the 541 of Wyatt Leslie, currently P2, leading pack of karts around this track. He'll create a bit of a gap through the chicane. A nice line through there will give him a couple of kart lengths advantage over the runners behind him. It's Shane Reddy, the next kart in line, currently P4 on track. But it looks like Wyatt Leslie has some really good pace, especially up the hill.
Yeah, this to me looks like qualifying running. This looks like they're just trying to pack together and just put down the best lap that they can to you know, because you kind of got to figure out who you want to be behind or in front of. As you see, there's a move by McPherson, as McPherson and Reddy have kind of swapped spots for McPherson pushing. But yeah, it just looks like they're not really racing too much. It's more just, I think, qualifying mindset right now.
And this group that we are following, the majority of the fastest karts on track found in this group. McPherson going quicker on that last lap, 54.480, bumped him up into P3. Tyler Stolper moves himself up into P4, 54.587. So the majority of your front runners found on screen currently, with the notable exception of Jerry Fandry, found elsewhere on the track with his teammates. But we have McPherson, Leslie, Stolper, Shane Reddy. Quite the gaggle of karts here coming through the last couple of corners. They'll hit pit lane this time by Checkered, yet to wave on the session. The drivers feeling as though they've gotten the most out of it. That's all they need to do. Come to the pits and park it.
Yeah, these sessions running quite a bit long. You know, there's also the point to save tire, right? You know, you don't want to use up too much, as we see a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact at the top of the hill.
Not every driver opting to use the full amount of the session. It is a pretty long session here for happy hour, and as we mentioned, a short qualifying session, not nearly going to be the same number of laps as now. You see the checkered wave on the front straight. No big changes in your running order. Jerry Fandry on lap number 4 runs a 54.372 in that TV machine, the 501. Sitting comfortably at the top, Wyatt Leslie, Quentin McPherson, Tyler Stolper, Shane Reddy, your top 5. Take you through the rest of your running order. You can find your favorite drivers, 38 in this category. Quite the entry list here. That's why qualifying going to be so important in 206 Senior. Everyone getting their final running here in practice, figuring out whether there are major setup changes needed or not before they roll out for 3 laps here shortly after the lunch break. But engines fired on the grid. That sounds like a 2-stroke. That is your KA100 Juniors. Second to last of our rotation, getting ready to head out onto the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. It'll be 206 Masters right after them. Following that, we'll have a lunch break, and then we'll go for 3-lap qualifying for our full cycle of classes. KA100 Junior making their way up the hill currently. It's like an MPG Motorsports machine leading the way, and another long list of drivers to go through, as there are quite the number of entries in this category as well.
36 drivers in K100 Junior, presented by P1 Racing Engines. See a gaggle of coach driver development karts together. A lot of teams opting to go out together, follow your teammates, learn from them.
Early in running, will we see more fighting, more qualifying action already? It looks like these drivers not hesitating to make those moves, as we're going 2 by 2 down the front straight on lap number 1 near the front of the pack, and almost 3 wide. Yes, we were 3 wide there for a minute into the chicane. Still 2 by 2. Drivers not acting like it's practice. It looks like the main event already here on lap number 1.
Let's take a look at the point standings in K100 Junior. Benham Abernathy leads the points. John Antino Jr. with MPG Academy follows only by 8 points. And then we've got Asen Dramilev in third, 53 points back. Landon Buer, 82 points back. Jackson Baldus, 111 in fifth. And yeah, so 8 points between Benham Abernathy and John Antonino Jr. and KA Jr. Really, really tight battle.
Certainly in a racy track here this week, and we'll see what they have for us. John Antonino on your screen now for MPG Motorsports, but it'd be the number 820, Landon Buer, setting the early pace at a 51.009. We're expecting a lot of tight times in this category, a lot of good competition showing up here this weekend for the Route 66 Sprint Series. But lap number 1, setting the pace, Landon Buer. We'll see when these tires come in fully. We've seen a varying amount throughout the classes of when these tires really are at their best, whether it be lap 8 or lap 3 or somewhere in between. What does KA100 Jr. have in store for us? Well, it certainly won't be lap 1, as the tires are still fresh off the grid, getting up to temperature, up to pressure. Drivers working those tires hard around this fast complex.
On screen right now, we were looking at John Antonino, and he is, like I said, second in the points, was sitting back in the, he's around, oh, he's 6th on the grid right now. He was 15th. So obviously, I imagine he's not going to stay back in the 15s, as he's already 6th. So as the tires come up to temperature, like you said, it's going to be, he's definitely going to be someone to watch.
And certainly coming off a strong weekend at the Stars Championship Series, running both categories of KA100 Jr. and OKN Jr. Antonino having a very, very strong run in both categories with a crazy, crazy win at the end of that KA100 Jr. race, coming from 5th on the last lap, driving through the mess of the field in front of him and finding his way to victory lane. We'll see if he can repeat that same style of action this weekend. Doesn't quite have the early pace for it on track, but we'll see what he has later in the session. 3 laps in for many of these drivers. And so far, it looks to be about 49-second range with a tight margin behind. You still see Antonino going wheel to wheel out there on the track. Not sure whether this is quality prep or full-on racing. It's the 865 of Brady Shad. Antonino's duking it out with Benham Abernathy to the top of the boards that time by on lap number 4, 49.725 for the 817. As times continue to fall, drivers continue to get quicker. Antonino losing a spot on the inside here. Again, it's only practice, guys. We don't have to fight too hard. No need to bang wheels just yet. We can save that for the racing action later today. But what we can do is get ourselves ready for qualifying after lunch. Make sure our cart is fully as quick as we want it to be. That's exactly what this happy hour session's for, is still some nice racing action out there on circuit. See it on your screen here. Drivers not holding back early in the session.
Taking a look at Benham Abernathy. Points leader is Ace Dramilev goes to the top spot with a 49.659, as well as Nathan Golseth up to P2 with a 49.7. He jumped to the top 5, and on that second lap, second flyer up to P2 for Nick Golseth.
Quite a mix of manufacturers just on your screen and in the category in general, whether it be the Hoods DDs, on those Tony carts, MPGs, running those Kart Republics. Plenty of other manufacturers. You see the MPG Motorsports machine creating a gap there. Again, another category where you don't want to be leading the entire time. You want someone in front of you, breaking the air for you, getting that dirty air out of the way so you can set the fast laps. But across the lap, that line that time, Benham Abernathy with that nice bit of toe will go to the top of the boards, 49.608. As he continues to find pace in that Hoots DD machine. Right behind Dramilev. So the top 2 on the timesheets running together on track. And typically that's what we see a lot of around here. You want to find someone that's relatively close to your pace. It makes it a lot easier to work together. As you know, you can go back and forth without losing too much time with one of you in front. It really just makes it nice and simple to lay those laps down in the top 2 on the track currently. Making the most of that is Dromalev down the inside hard. He'll make quite the move into the last corner, followed through by Benham Abernathy. Still leading the way and giving us a nice tutorial on what it takes to be fast here at Briggs and Stratton Motorplex.
Definitely showing us what it takes going down the hill now. There's, you know, the 2 separate sides of this circuit where you're going uphill and downhill. As you referenced, this is the hurry downs. We see one car off track. I believe that might be the 896 of Jackson Baldus. Not 100% sure though, but it was a Hotes DD kart. But like I was saying, with the 2 half of the circuits of going uphill and downhill, that definitely throws a wrench into things when it comes to gearing, Simon. So, you know, you've never raced here? Yeah, so just eyeballing it, you know, not off of experience, you know, how tricky do you think that would be when it comes to selecting what gear you're going to run?
It certainly makes it tricky. You can be fast on one part of the track or fast on another. Personally, in karting, I'd always go for the lower gear option. If I could roll more speed, I always figured that'd be the better option, build that momentum up, have other people push me with their high gearing. But the first half of the track, higher gearing, going to pull you up that hill nicely. And if you can roll the momentum down through the back half of the track, lower gearing, it may work out for you, giving you better top end speeds, a little bit less acceleration, but you can certainly have a higher potential to set some quick lap times if you time it properly. As we still watch big gaggle of karts on track. Nathan Golseth, not Brady Shad, Nathan Golseth leading the way of that group. He'll drop 1 spot as Landon Boer takes over P3. Landon Boer improving that time by the only one to improve on lap number 9. I'm seeing a lot of lap 5, lap 6, Kyle. Looks like those tires really in the window 5 laps in, but Landon Boer able to find some time late in the session.
5 to 6 laps for the tires to really come in and show their true potential. As we're now looking back at the Techno Kart of Ace Dromalev, sitting P2 in the session right now. As we see Abernathy as well in the 917, about 2 karts back in between them.
That was one kart going into pit lane there, getting in the way of this group. Having to split him both ways as they work their way back down to the front straight. It'll be at least one more lap, not receiving the checker that time by. So we're just hitting the 10-minute mark here in happy hour 4 at KA100 Jr. A nice group of karts on track. You have the top 2, Benham Abernathy and Jason Dromalev and Landon Boer splitting the difference right there in the middle. He currently is P3 on the timesheet, so the top 3 on the timesheets, nose to tail on track.
Yeah, what you're seeing on screen is almost the top 3 on the charts right now. As you see the checkered flag comes out. Nobody taking advantage of going to the pit lane a lap early. They're going to use the full extent of the session. It's going to be Benham Abernathy at the top of the board with Ace Dromalev, Landon Boer, Nate Goldseth, Brady Shad, Isaac Nolan, Jackson Baldus, Easton Kubinski, Ezekiel Height, and John Antonino rounding out the top 10. As you look through the rest of the field down to the top 20, you can pick out your favorite driver.
And more than that as we cycle on back. And this won't even cover the full grid as we have more than 30 karts. 36 to be exact. Colby Klimek not setting a lap time that session, but quite the field we have here in KA100 Juniors. You see some action there on the big track just in the background. Up next, 206 Masters. The last session of the morning for their happy hour. As we had just a few hiccups on track before we released this next group. 206 Masters. One of the smaller categories here this weekend. 6 drivers taking to the track, all in one group. Should be fairly easy to follow. Get the whole field in one frame, Kyle.
Indeed, you get the whole field, which means you're going to miss none of the action this weekend. As we see first on track there, the 604 of Julia Noel. There's Julia, followed by Kostner, Kaminsky in the 627. Make way around on their warm-up laps, about to take the green flag to start their first time lapse.
So lap number 1, starting now for your 206 Masters. Plenty of time to cover the entire field. Julia Knoll in that 604 machine. Kostner, Kaminsky in the 627. Kian Grathwall in 663, Buddy Daly in the 644, Scott Hamble, number 641, and 6th driver in our field, Lucas Rennick, 601 machine. And that is the entire running order so far. We'll see what lap 1 has in store for us. And I'm assuming these drivers may take it a bit calmer. It's a lot more personable in a field of only 6 drivers. You make somebody mad, is odds are you're going to see him again pretty shortly. It's not like a 38 car field where you may never run against that person again in the races. These guys are going to fight with each other the entire weekend. We already see that now.
Kostner Kaminsky is really using the fenders already here in warm-up, about 3.5 minutes in. And these guys, in a field of 6, I mean, you're not focused on qualifying. You're not focused. I think you're mainly just focused on racing, because if you fall to 6th, you're still gonna have a chance to win, right?
I think if you have a fast package, you could sit out qualifying and be just fine in this category. Now, if you tried to do that, something like KA Junior or 206 Senior, with nearly 40 karts in the category, you're going to be out to lunch when it comes time to go racing. But from 6th spot, there's plenty you can do, especially if you have the speed to keep it up. And we're already seeing, like you mentioned, the elbows out here in happy hour. Drivers fighting for their track position. Let's see what lap 2 has in store for us. But Lucas Rennick currently setting the pace by nearly 2 seconds. 56.744 to 58. But times will continue to fall. Now only 8.5 tenths is Rennick's advantage over Kostner Kaminsky. We'll see if this category tightens up at all, or if we're going to have an enlarged gap between the pace of the drivers here.
As we saw, Kostner Kaminsky improve that lap, followed by Scott Hamble. As we saw Scott get around Kostner. We're looking now at the 601 of Lucas Rennick, top of the charts currently.
All black machine with the red suit and the black helmet. VLR on the nose. That is Lucas Rennick. A lot of pace here early. We'll see what this next lap has in store, but man, have 8.5 tenths over your field. That's going to feel good if that advantage maintains. It didn't there for a second. Scott Hamble in the 641, 57.041, but Lucas Rennick will improve that time back out to a half a second advantage. 56.547 for the 601 machine.
Scott Hamble splitting the difference here, about 5 tenths off rather than 8. As you see him get around Kostner Kaminsky now. Now he has Scott Hamble to look ahead to, who is currently second on the board. Hamble currently chasing the time of Lucas Rennick, as the field is kind of split out here.
Yeah, after the early action, I figured we'd get some more of that, but there's a couple kart links between all these drivers now, and a bit of a healthy pace advantage for some over the others, but 3 and 4, only a couple hundredths of a second separating McKean Grathwall and Kostner Kaminsky. This time by the line, Lucas Rennick even faster. McKean Grathwall moves himself up to P2. Going to be just 6/10 behind Lucas Rennick as he continues to show the way and set the pace. 56.199, just constantly improving, a couple tenths every lap as the others continue to improve. These tires still coming in, these drivers still getting faster.
We're taking a look at Buddy Daly, who currently sits P3. Bit of an improvement over the last lap. Still 6/10 off P1, the 6:01 of Lucas Rennick.
So now over 7 minutes into the session, 4.5, 5 left remaining. As you can hear the lovely sounds of both our 206 engines and the bikes in the background on the big circuit. I'll let you enjoy it here for a minute. So with 9 minutes in and just about 2 remaining, the margins have tightened significantly for the rest of the field. Lucas Rennick still the quickest driver by over half a second, 62 hundredths to be exact, but from McKeon, Grathwohl back to Kostner, Kaminsky, only 0.3 of a second separate most of the rest of the field. Scott Hamble faster at that time by McKeon. Grathwohl also quicker on that lap. Lap number 7 for both P2 and P3 has been the quickest yet. Lap 4 for Lucas Rennick. Not able to improve on that fastest lap, but still running times faster than the rest of the field consistently. A lot of pace for Lucas here in happy hour. We'll have to see if that maintains into qualifying this afternoon, but the drivers behind still fighting to improve their positions on track, still working together on track as well. Just getting a good look at Kaminsky and Grathwohl nose to tail as they'll come around the final corner. We'll see if they improve this time by. Grathwohl did last lap. Will it be 2 laps in a row, or will he fall off the pace a little bit? Kaminsky still looking to move himself up from P5. Not much he needs, but just a little bit would go a long way here. Neither driver improving. It will go side by side up into the chicane. 10.5 minutes complete. Nice little racing action here for you in happy hour to watch as we close out the end of practice here at Route 66 Sprint Series. 2 drivers dicing it out. Kostner, Kaminsky, Keane, Grathwohl. Side by side for a majority of this track so far. Quite entertaining to see just how raceable this facility is here at Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. These 2 drivers trading positions almost every other corner. It's not the way to go fast, but it is a way to give the audience a show. So as they round the final corner this time, checker not in the air yet. We'll get one more lap. Scott Hamble improving 56.511. Closes that margin to Lucas Rennick down to 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, this is the closest that it's been this entire session. Hamble, as you see Kosner and Kaminsky and McKee and Grathwell have been really battling it out this entire session.
Very entertaining from our ends. Not so healthy on the micron and the lap times when you see them pop up, but certainly good practice for when they go racing later today. Like we mentioned, Hamble improving on that last time by, but Rennick 56.3 on his last lap as well, so he's consistently been quicker than the rest of the field. Checkered flag now waving, and the times looking as though they will maintain. Nobody really improving on our checkered flag lap. So, we'll take you through the order as we wrap up the morning's activities. Lucas Rennick, 56.199, and that 601 machine will set the pace here in 206 Masters. Sky Hamble, P2, McKee and Grathwell, P3, Buddy Daly, P4, Kosner Kaminsky rounds out the top 5, and Julia Noel in P6. When we come back, we will have qualifying action for you after the lunch break.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez, who wins in Preston.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Jr.
Bob John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil. They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At Sim Shop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our Sim Magic and close-up equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
do this 100 times. But slow starts does not mean crawling 2 miles an hour across the entire track like we had last year. It means nice slow steady pace.
Welcome back here to Road America. We are into qualifying action for the second round of Route 66. Following around first couple laps of qualifying, or I should say last lap of qualifying here for our first class out on the racetrack. Christian Vormeer, the 483 in KA Masters. Currently the quickest. We're following around with the 481. It looks like that's Nicky Coelho. But the 483 of Vormeer, the quickest. That's your fastest driver there on the Techno Kart. A lap time of a 50.422. Second goes to Adam Kreppen. Tadine Leafite, sorry if I mispronounced that. Coelho gets a better lap here the last time of asking. He falls back to second. Vormeer improves. And only 3 laps here in qualifying. That should be either a pole position. It is still marking 1 more lap to go. We'll wait to see until they cross the line this time by. At the moment, it's Christian Vormeer, the 483, with a pole position, provisional pole position, I should say, as it stands. Very unique racetrack here this weekend, Kyle, as you join me. Here's the last lap now for Nicky Coelho. Checkered flag in the air. Vormeer doesn't improve. Coelho in the 481 does. A 50.005 hundredths of seconds in between our drivers in first and second of Vormeer and Coelho. It's a pleasure to join you guys. I'm sorry I wasn't here this morning. Travel issues nonetheless. But Kyle, for you, you've been here many times in the past for whether it's IndyCar, whether it's United States Pro Kart Series, when, they used to come here a lot more often. Now, Road America's back. Briggs and Stratton Motorplex is back here this year. First of all, talk about how special it is to be back here this weekend in Plymouth, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Caleb. Thanks for joining us, Caleb. Yeah, this track, we've taken a little bit of a hiatus here, right? Like, we were here in 22, the first year we were streaming. We've taken 2 years out. We actually made it back to Wisconsin last year, but, man, this track is so beautiful. I mean, they don't call it the National Park of Speed for nothing. This place celebrating its 70th anniversary this year. The go-kart track as well is just beautiful. I mean, Caleb, for your first time here, like I am excited to take you. I'm going to take you on a little drive later to see the circuit. Like, this place really is kept up to date like a national park. It is so nice, so clean, and it's really just one of the most outstanding circuits in North America. And
especially, right, like what a way to come back, I think, to the karting circuit throughout the year, right? We haven't been here in quite some time, but to be back here this weekend with 204 cars registered, drivers here testing this weekend. You have our regulars from Route 66 joining us here this weekend, and I came in through the front gates about an hour ago, and surprised about it. All my Uber driver was like, man, I never knew this was here. But I'm glad I know it is, because you have the motorcycles out on the racetrack. They're doing their thing. We have the karting track here, in the infield. And to me, it's super cool, super unique. We started off at Daytona throughout the year for one of the first races of the national circuit. That's cool. But then you come back to a track with this much history that's been here for quite some time. And to be back the way it is here this weekend with 204 drivers, this is huge for Route 66. And as well, I think this adds to the excitement, right, of what we're expecting to see in a couple weeks, 2 weeks, I should say, right, whenever the United States Pro Kart Series comes to town. IndyCar is here next weekend as well. I mean, this place, I think, is truly, truly special, and I'm super happy to be here for my first time. We were over in Dowsman, Wisconsin last year, but to be here this year at Road America, a racetrack that, has been on my bucket list for quite some time. The elevation changes. I mean, the amount of green as well in the grass, it's really, really beautiful, to say the least here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's really just its own secluded paradise in the middle of the woods, right? Like, it's so beautiful. If you've ever been to Elkhart Lake, Plymouth around here, it's really like when you pull up on the racetrack,
Isn't
it comes out of nowhere.
Where there's some story, right, with Elkhart Lake about serial killer or whatever, movies about Elkhart Lake?
Yeah, Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th.
We're pretty close to Crystal Lake. Yeah, that's where Friday the 13th was, yeah. But yeah, this place is so beautiful.
It was Friday the 13th yesterday. It's June 14th.
It was
Friday the 13th yesterday.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
Whoa.
What a weekend to come to Road America, right by Elkhart Lake. If for those of you scary movie fans that are, avid into that stuff.
Caleb, you don't strike me as the type of person that's into scary movies.
I don't. I'm scared of the dark, man. To this day, I have a little race car nightlight on my nightstand. I enjoy that. I appreciate that. But yeah, definitely not my vibe for sure. But here we go. On to the racetrack now. 206 Sportsman getting set to go. 23 drivers total here this weekend. The 204 of Austin Taylor out of Indianapolis, Indiana. We saw him at the opening round. Needed a little bit more pace there for the opening couple of rounds out at KA100 Circuit, Whiteland. And again, a couple of more. The 205 of Caitlin Daly, even Leish, Slate Harrell, who's doing double duty here this weekend. We've seen him run on the four-cycle side of things over at Cup Karts North America. The 208, we saw him, a great showing for him out in Indianapolis last weekend at Newcastle Motorsports Park, where he got himself onto the podium. Will Feidinger, the 210, we've seen him run double duty multiple times this year. He's back with us here this weekend at Route 66. Jerome Wickman, the 212, here with us as well. Arlo Barr, Cole Carter, Chase Call, Luca DeMaria, Forrest Thomas, Parker Marsh, Tori Dangerous Daniels, her first start of the year with the new team. This year, the Fandry Daniels Racing Team with TV Kart USA. The 222 is out there on the racetrack. Rhett Johnson, Jackson Reinholz, Camila Canache is running double duty. Dutch Westbrook, Clayton Stiles, Bo Wyatt, Dominic Gaddis, Henrik McKay, Diesel Maxwell, Colton Gross. We have drivers from Wisconsin, from Kentucky, Missouri, Texas, Illinois, all around the country. You can't even just say, right, it's just a Midwest base here this weekend, Kyle. It's from all over the country, right, that have come here to prepare for what's an exciting week 2 weeks from now here at Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. But even then, right, to join Mr. Kardashian's program here this year and be a part of it at a racetrack that, I mean, you've seen race here. What are some of the keys about this racetrack? It's my first time, but I have heard from some drivers so far this weekend that this track, I think, more on the 206 side of things, it's very, very flat out, very high pace, and very momentum-based.
Yeah, it's a very fast track. I mean, what you'll notice is, the first sector going through turns 2 and up to 3, it's all uphill, and then the rest of the circuit is all downhill. So getting the gearing right is really important. And one of the ominous stories of this track was one of the first years we came here. That chicane is so tight that there were guys who actually would just at the start go through the grass. And you're going to see a lot of chaos and mayhem at the starts. And they're not going to be wanting them to do that for sure, but it gets tight. It gets really tight.
Well, here we go. This is the last lap of qualifying for 206 Sportsman. The 210 of Will Feidinger, top of the timing pylon there. Henrik McKay currently second. Clayton Stiles, Dominic Gaddis, and Austin Taylor, your top 5 drivers here so far. We follow around with the 213 of Arlo Barr with Franklin Motorsports on their Merlin machines here this weekend. And again, Feidinger's lap here, a 55.378. Everybody looking for about half a second to close down the gap to the 210 MPG Academy machine. That again, he was happiest not happiest, he was fastest in the happy hour earlier today. Here we go with Feidinger last time around. Gaddis improves to second. McKay. Will Feidinger improves on his final lap. That's a provisional pole position for the 210. McKay to second. Gaddis to third, Austin Taylor to Clayton Stiles. Your top 5 here in Sportsman. Back to Arlo Barr, Camila Canache, Jackson Reinholz, Jerome Wickman.
There, but
yeah,
nobody getting Feidinger.
I mean, you look at the gaps here as well, right? 0.2 of a second in between Will Feidinger and Henrik McKay. A 55.5 for McKay and a 55.3 for Will Feidinger here to start this one out. But what a qualifying section. And how about this? Some upgrades for us here. So a little bit of a different look at the new timing pylon. Kyle, I know you guys have been hard at work behind the scenes. Talk about this.
Yeah, shout out to our graphics team, Drayton Knowles and Will. They've been hard at work. Everyone, Tony on the graphics team, Nate Dean. We've been really working hard, and this is a good time to shout out that you should go on Instagram and follow Kart Chaser Grassroots this weekend to stay up to date. And make sure you don't miss any of the action if you have to go make a little errand or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to catch all the social media, all the news coming out of this Grassroots weekend, go over to Kart Chaser Grassroots on Instagram, Facebook, and follow along with all the coverage of Route 66 as well. We're over at Batavia, Ohio this weekend at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for their Pro-Am this weekend. So go and take a look at that. But 2 drivers with no time here. Slate Harrell, Dutch Westbrook, 2 that are entered. So not sure if they joined us earlier today or not, but they are registered in the Sportsman class, no times.
And those are two big names, too. Two guys you'd expect to be in the
Correct.
top 10.
Correct. You hear the 1 minute mark there from our cameras as we get set to go with one of the KA100 classes. Not sure if it's senior or junior that's getting set to go. We saw Harley Keeble down there as well on your cameras. Looks like it is going to be KA100 Senior. And what a stacked field here this weekend, right? We talk about the drivers that we're seeing so far. We saw Caleb Gaffera. I believe Mick Gabriel's here this weekend. Round number 1 winner, Brandon Lemke, is here as well. But, I mean, the depth of this field here this weekend, Kyle, it must be talked about. Hayden Jones is returning, has an internship here in Wisconsin. He's racing with us in K100 and at Route 66. So really cool to see Hayden out here. He's talking about, his new projects and what he's doing in his internship, something about a torsion bar.
Yeah. We talked to Hayden a little bit and just he kind of explained what he was doing. And to quote you, Caleb, you said, "Yeah, I understood that." Yeah, incredibly smart kid, Hayden Jones, and it's a shame we don't see him racing as much because he's so busy with school. But when it is nice when he does show up because he is fast, and I'm sure he's going to be fast this weekend as well as in USPKS.
Well, he's been fast all weekend long, right? He's been the driver that walking around the paddock, everybody's been chasing so far this weekend, and everybody's kind of been looking to really take the challenge up to Hayden Jones. He said Caleb Gaffera was the closest one. We know Eli Warren's with us this weekend as well. Austin Olds, I believe, is racing here this weekend, but this group is split in a 2, it looks like. So Hayden Jones, Cale Zimmerman, Braden Zerves, Tristan Farber, Charles Ropke, Jamie Saraki, Shane Reddy, Mick Gabriel, and more are hitting the racetrack in a couple of moments. But we follow around with the AEM karting machine of Chaz Varile. He's going to take us through a lap here at Road America. 11 turns. And again, hearing from a lot of drivers, it's very fast. You need to be on the gas. And again, this is a place where you really cannot afford to make mistakes. There's Varile's first lap, a 49.6. Oliver Gaffer, Lane Gibbs, Blake Sarcia, Michael Boyadzis. Your top 5. And again, that's going to continue to change as the session goes on. 3 laps in qualifying, and I think, compared to the happy hour sessions that we saw earlier, Kyle, you really need to be on it from the get-go here in qualifying.
Yeah, and happy hour, as Simon and I were talking about during the session, there was a lot of group running, a lot of passing, a lot of trying to feel everyone out. I don't know how much in practice these guys have been actually trying to set the cleanest lap and how often they've actually been able to be kind of alone, as we'll see the 916 and the 966 here together. They have actually done a really good job of spreading them out, it seems like, through these qualifying sessions. So it really is just you and 3 laps on the track to get the cleanest lap possible.
Yeah, so Oliver Gaffer here in the 916, and they do stagger you when you hit the racetrack. But I think doing what Oliver Gaffer did, either pulling off to the side or waiting up for somebody else to get that huge toe in a turn number 2, that's super helpful. I think on a racetrack like this where you talk about, how high speed it is and flat out this racetrack is, being in Oliver Gaffer's position, I think he caught the driver in front of him a little bit too early, but even then, he should get a really good toe this time from the 966, which we'll put a name to that. That's Blake Sarcia there, just right ahead of him on what looks to be a red speed machine. So we'll see if Gaffer's lap can improve. He's a little ways down the order. Chaz Varile currently quickest in the 935. Another one of the MPG Academy machines starting to close in. But again, 2 groups here in K100 Senior Qualifying. We wait for that second group to hit the racetrack. Your faster drivers for Relay, a 49.346. Gibbs, 49.3. Adam Maxwell, unfortunately finding himself in the second group, puts himself only 3rd. And again, that's just pending where we see the rest of our drivers hit the racetrack.
Adam Maxwell still has his last lap to complete. Let's see what he can do. He's sitting P3 right now, waiting for him to cross the loop. No improvement.
Wow. For Adam Maxwell, again, he was one of the drivers that we were talking about over at K1 Circuit Wyland at the start of the championship here at Route 66. Unfortunate for Maxwell. Hasn't found the pace yet this weekend, a 49.5. But 37 drivers in KA Senior, that's a huge showing here at the Briggs and Stratton Motorplex as we get going as well. A couple of things today. International Flag Day. Talk about green flags, checkered flags, red flags. Hopefully we see none of those this weekend. Yellow flags. And if you're an Austin Olds fan, then if you have an Austin Olds flag out there, show that. But for Austin Olds, what a showing for him as well 2 weeks ago over at the Stars Championship Series. He was rapid that weekend in the OKN package, back in KA100 Sr. We'll see what Austin Olds can do. Yeah, he won the pole in OKN Stars. Unfortunately, didn't get the win, but, you know, there's not much to say. There's not many negative things to say about Austin Olds here. You know, right? Over the last 2 years, the progression of his career and the results have just been absolutely outstanding. And that kid, you know, he works for it. He grinds for it. Like he is, as long as I've known him since he was in juniors, as a little kid, he was traveling with MPG, you know, on the road, like wrenching on his own go-kart, setting up the tents. Like that kid is one of the hardest working, you know, kids in the paddock, I would say. Yeah, and as well, right, he's been super busy in the shop with Chase Jones. They are, you know, hard at work over at K1 Circuit Whiteland. And as well for this kid, right, internship for the 902 and Hayden Jones. He's busy working here in Wisconsin with an engineering degree. And, you know, this year he, you know, came over to Wisconsin for the summer, had 2 go-karts kind of slanted diagonally on his on the back of a pickup truck to, you know, plan for races like this, for races over at Dowsman as well, over at Badger Kart Club. And you see the dedication, right, of a driver who wants to be in the seat, a driver who wants to, you know, stay in it and stay active. So you know, whenever we get here in 2 weeks' time, he'll be right there with the front runners. And as well for the driver right behind him, and Caleb Gaffera, he's been super busy. Has a race coming up here in USF 2000 in a couple of weeks. And, you know, this guy's been super, super busy. I believe he hasn't even been home in the past 2 weeks, right? We were over in Newcastle last weekend. He's here this weekend, going to be here the week after racing cars with Paps Racing. And the weekend after that, going to be racing at the United States Pro Kart Series with Holtz Driver Development. But here we go. Lap time starting to come in. Mick Gabriel, the 932, currently on provisional pole of 48.885. Jones to second. Alexander Kardashian a third. To McPherson, to Caleb G, your top 5. Yeah, Caleb G, who's just, you weren't here yet, but he was testing here about 2 days ago on the big track. So he's gone from his USF 2000 ride to the Holtz Driver Development OTK in a matter of days. And here he is sitting P7. Yeah, still has 2 laps to complete as well. Yeah, I really think Caleb G is going to be wanting a little bit more out of that here in this qualifying section. But we follow around with Mick Gabriel, fastest. Kardashian improves. He's up to second. McPherson improves. But nobody's improving more than Mick Gabriel. He went a 10th quicker that time by. 2 tenths on the field here so far. A 48.7 for Mick Gabriel. He just started his final lap this time by, and we haven't seen Mick as much this year as we've seen in kind of years past. We've seen him throughout a lot of series. This year I think he's only dedicating himself over to the United States Pro Kart Series. And we'll see what this lap looks like. He currently holds on to that provisional pole. Kardashian to McPherson to Brandon Lemke, who was super dominant over at Whiteland for the opening round. And Hayden Jones, your top 5, who has been untouchable to start off the weekend. Hayden Jones to third, Gaffera to second. Nobody's going better than Mick Gabriel, who improves even more. A 48.6 for Mick Gabriel on the pole position here in KA Senior. Kardashian a second to Caleb G. Hayden Jones, Austin Olds able to come away with a top 5. McPherson a 6th. Lemke, Braden Zerves to 8th. Tristan Farber. Clayton Slifer, your top 10. And how about Tristan Farber as well to come up in 8th? Last time we saw him racing in K100 Senior was last year at Dowsman whenever he raced at the Badger Kart Club. And again, that weekend didn't go the way he would have wanted, but to come back here this weekend, first race back in quite some time, the 11 puts himself inside of the top 10. Yeah, the Waukesha, Wisconsin native shows up, you know, usually around his home tracks. We've seen him in Newcastle a couple times, but he shows up every now and then. And pretty sure it's Waukesha, no? Waukesha. See, the Wisconsin natives are going to get mad at me over the weekend because I cannot pronounce their town names. Talk about Waukesha, Sheboygan, Economowalk.
Manitowoc. I don't think it's a Kanawak. I don't know what you just said.
A Kanawak's definitely.
That probably is one. Yeah.
I don't know. For those of you who are Wisconsin locals and you're listening to myself and Kyle Cuthbertson and you're grinding your teeth and we're grinding your gears, let us know in the comments. Let us know where you guys are watching from as well. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. We're going to be running through these qualifying sessions really quickly. Only 3 laps. We're about halfway through now. The sessions here so far.
Caleb, this is your first time in Wisconsin, right? So
second,
right? Well, last time you weren't 21, so you know, Spotted Cow is on the on the platter this weekend, right? I think anyone who's been to
cheese curds were on the
Wisconsin-
platter during lunch.
Okay.
I tell you what, phenomenal, right? You talk about Wisconsin, you talk about cheese curds, you talk about Spotted Cow,
bratwurst.
You talk about bratwursts as well. You talk about go-karts, and it's amazing.
Yeah,
right?
It's a paradise. Why do you need to go to the beach when you can go to Wisconsin, right?
Well, you don't want to be here during the winter.
No, I do.
I think that's the big thing. I wouldn't.
If you're from the Midwest like I am, you do.
Well, I'm from the South, so if I'm here during the winter, I'm freezing over, not leaving my house or the hotel, wherever we are that weekend. Can't really do much when there's snow all over the
You
ground.
can go skiing, sledding.
Not good at that
Build
either.
a snowman.
Pass. Sorry. we sadly don't have that down in Texas. But yeah, it's crazy weather, right? I was talking with Hayden Jones earlier, and it's like I was golfing yesterday, sweating by hole number 2. Here it's beautiful, nice wind, nice breeze. I heard it was chilly yesterday. Pants, hoodies, jackets. I mean, what more can you really ask for, right? But that being said, back on topic with some qualifying action. First couple laps underway for 206 Junior. This is our 4th group out of 9. Micro Swift and Mini Swift coming up next. 206 Senior, again, another one of the standout classes here this weekend. They're third to last on the order to KA100 Junior and 206 Masters, only 5 of them here this weekend. But taking a look at the times, Isaac Rothel, the 322. Had a pretty good opening lap. I believe he's getting that first lap underway here. Pearson Golseth currently second to Ethan Leroy. To Gavin Dyer, who actually just went quickest, and it's all going to continue to change. Jack Fiber, a 56.196 for Fiber, the 381 on provisional pole. And talked about the curbs a lot around this place, Kyle. And it seems like for these 206 Junior drivers, the quickest way is to really go over them.
Yeah, especially in the turn 2 hairpin there, you'll see a lot of curbing that's just going to get abused throughout the weekend. The curbs here are not very brutal. They're not, you know, some tracks the curbing will hurt you a bit, but these here, they're kind of like, I compare them kind of to like what Newcastle has, where they're pretty easy to use, pretty flat, and you're probably going to see everybody just abusing them, especially in, I would say, in the senior classes.
I also think it's something to note, right? You don't want to, like, at Newcastle we see a lot where you have to pick and choose what curbs you want to hit, what curbs you want to use, and is that the same case here at Road America this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, because there's, you know, in the hairpin you'll see, you know, they'll be flat, long, like they're supposed to use them, and then some of the ones are a little big, and you know they don't really help you, but they don't really hurt you as badly, you know, when you do hit them. Like you'll see here in turn 3, it's pretty tall, but it's not. It's still pretty flat, pretty smooth.
Well, here we go. Last lap underway. The 305 of Gavin Dyer. Currently quickest, a 55.687 to Jack Fiber, to Braden Domont, Isaac Rothel, Brady Shad. Your top 5. Heartbreak for Brady Shad earlier this year at K1 Circuit Wyland. I believe that was in the KA Junior side of things. Here we go this time by. Last couple of corners underway. Checkered flag in the air this time by. Can anybody go quicker than Dyer? Rothel can't. That time Golseth doesn't improve. Leroy does a little bit up to 3rd. Braden Domont's up to 2nd. Not quicker than Gavin Dyer, though, who still has 0.3 of a second on the field. It's looking good for the 305. It's looking really good. And again, you talk about the draft, you talk about the toe. Gavin Dyer had the biggest toe there going into turn number 2. So that was a huge lap out of him to put 0.3 on the field. So that's what we're seeing, right? With the lap times, the differences. 0.3 for draft around this place. Huge for Gavin Dyer, huge for him in qualifying. He takes the pole position.
Yeah, it looked like lap 2 to lap 3. Lap 2 in KA seemed to be the money lap. It really didn't seem to make as big of a difference here in 206, but I think more so in the Briggs classes, the slipstream will be the major key.
Yeah, you talk about, you know, the sportsman classes, the junior classes, the senior classes as well in 206. That's going to be huge as well. They have a huge showing here this weekend. 206 senior currently sitting at, I believe, 38 drivers total. The likes of your reigning champ, Jerry Fandry, Jackson Barr, Braden Zerves, and more hitting the racetrack here this weekend. But we get set to go. Micro Swift hitting the racetrack next, and I think this weekend more than others, we have a pretty big national contention here, Kyle, with the likes of Dutch Westbrook, as well as Tyler Blackwood, who we saw over at the Texas Sprint Racing Series a couple of weeks ago. Finished second. He's just about to hit the racetrack. I believe Dominic Nagel is out here as well. Brody Stoffel, I think, here as well this weekend. Might be running Mini. We'll take a look at it. And indeed, Stoffel is running Mini Swift here this weekend, but pretty good showing here for your Micro Swifts. 15 drivers total.
Yeah, and in happy hour, we saw a Bennick 1, 2, 3 in micros, so we're going to see if that will continue. You know, Dutch Westbrook, obviously, already a great resume to his young racing career so far. And, yeah, I think he's probably one of the favorites for pole here.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty quick, you know, all year long. Talk about his qualifying performances. They've been great. Alex has given this kid a ton of credit, little Captain America. He's been really fast. Spoke to his dad a little bit earlier today. He's, you know, he said, man, this place is, I think, the coolest track that we've ever been to. The elevation here is, you know, different. And it's super cool to see, super cool to be a part of as well. Bo Wyatt in the 41 is here this weekend. Tyler Blackwood, we talked about him out of Midland, Texas. That's way over in West Texas near Amarillo to where we were a couple of weeks ago. Made the trip all the way up to Wisconsin here this weekend to be a part of it, you know, to be a part of Route 66. Evan Leish as well, the 17 here. Austin Taylor, who we saw had a great opening round over at KA100 Circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. And again, but you have a lot of the drivers from national caliber coming here this weekend, racing some regional racing action. You just got to step up your game that little bit more to be up there with them. I'm sure Taylor will be right there. Spoke to his dad earlier as well today. He said they're just looking for that last little bit as well to get closer to the red, white, and blue machines that have been really fast here. As we look on, Wyatt goes up to second, Blackwood up to first. And again, he has something to chase here, right? He's chasing down Dutch Westbrook, and you're seeing that kind of start to translate in the lap time.
Bo Wyatt, Tyler Blackwood, 2 Bennecks up at the top. Like I mentioned earlier, they were fastest in happy hour. Everybody right now on their second lap, approaching their third final lap. Only 3 laps, which is not a lot of time. You'll see in the top of the screen the lap counter going down there, about to hit the white flag this time by.
One more go around here at Briggs and Stratton Motorplex in qualifying action for your fastest driver. That was Tyler Blackwood. It's now Bo Wyatt. A 53.865, and Evan Leish quicker than them all. A 53.854 for the 17.
By 1/100th of a second.
And we're going to follow him around this time by. Looks to be on our Kart Republic red and white machine here. We'll follow Leish around this time by. Very good lap on lap number 2. As Braun now improves. Dylan Braun, the 37 and 4. Liam 4, the number 4, goes up to P1, a 53.289. That's a huge lap out of Liam 4. 5/10 of a second. That's half a second. And you have to assume here, that was probably I was going to say a monster toe lap, but I think it was just better than everybody else's.
Yeah, Liam 4 is from Plymouth, Wisconsin. So that's just a stone's throw away. So the local taking it to this micro Swift field right now.
Here we go. Last lap starting to come in. Harrison Apel is up to second on his third lap. Evan Leish. Dylan Braun still has another one to complete. Bo Wyatt, Austin Taylor, Blackwood, Jorgensen, Westbrook. They're all done. Westbrook's only down in ninth. Liam 4 last time around. Holy moly, a 53.166, 4/10 of a second on the field for the 4 of Liam 4 over Harrison Apel, Evan Leish, Dylan Braun, Bo Wyatt. Your top 5, and we talk about happy hour. Slap on a new set of tires. Liam 4 catapults himself up to the front. Huge lap there, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not what, Dutch, Westbrook, and the rest of the Bennecks that were fast and happy hour were expecting. But, congratulations, Liam 4. That was an impressive lap. 4/10 on the field is that's nothing to sneeze at, and I'm sure him and his parents will be proud.
You go, starting to see some of the comments start to come in. Some of you guys watching in Louisville. Great to see you guys joining us here for some qualifying action at Route 66. It's always a pleasure to be here. For us, it's been, since 2022, since we streamed the entire series. 2 years away, so great to be back here with you guys. I do want to remind you all, for those of you watching on at home, to become a KC Premium member for only $9.99 a month. And you can watch all the racing action live. Make sure to subscribe on an Android or a desktop device, where it doesn't tack on an extra $2.99 that goes to Apple.
We don't
see it.
We don't see it. We don't want you to give Apple extra money.
Don't pay the extra $2.99. I pay the extra $2.99. I would have an extra $10 at the end of the year. I think it's more than that.
Yeah.
I'd have an extra, who knows how many dollars at the end of the year. 24, I think.
Yeah, if you don't pay for the Apple subscription,
yeah,
you could get another Kart Chaser membership. You could pay for another month of Kart Chaser Premium.
There you go. 3 months.
And it's cheaper than Netflix.
Cheaper than Netflix, cheaper than cable. Something about cat food marketing. Internship with coffee runs. You guys have seen the commercial. I was in it. Made my debut there. Appreciate the opportunity. That being said, all good fun. But yeah, we'd love to see all you guys for Heat Race number 1 as well later on today. I believe Heat Race 1 today is with us later on. Heat 2 tomorrow, as well as main events tomorrow. And I will check on that as well. And indeed, Heat 1 today, tomorrow. We have warm-up, Heat 2, and our main events at the end of it. So, again, be a part of it. We'd love to join, to have you guys join us on our side. But we're qualifying now with Mini Swift. The 100 of Feidinger was pretty quick earlier today in the happy hour session. And again, you talk about the drivers from the national scene joining us here at Route 66. Santi Orioli with us here this weekend. Hudson Howard, Cameron Johnson, Camila Canache, looks like. Slate Harrell racing Mini this weekend. Brody Stoffel, he's up to third. Simon Jack Klein. And how about a Wisconsin native in Cam Johnson from the Cheese State? The 110 up to P1.
Cam Johnson had an impressive happy hour earlier. I mean, the locals are going to be, they know what to do. They've been in this position before, whereas if you're here testing for USPKS and you're coming in, maybe this is your first time, because we haven't raced here since 2022. So especially, the drivers in Mini Swift, they've probably never seen this circuit before if you're just coming in running the national calendar.
Yeah, it's definitely a great weekend to learn, a great weekend to learn how to race here as well. And I think Orioli's learning a little bit of what he's going to have to do in 2 weeks' time if he wants to go pole, because he just went quicker than anybody else. Orioli at 51.859 2/10 quicker than Dominic Gaddis, who's a driver that's actually just ahead of him. He's in second. Cam Johnson's in third. His third lap is already began. Slayton Baldock currently fourth. Will Feidinger currently P5. Simon Jack Klein to Kanache to Wojciechowski to Supaka and Brody Stoffel York, top 10 here so far. Last lap, the MPG Academy boys working really good together. Feidinger, the 100, the one leading them to the checkered flag this time by. Can Orioli improve? What about Gaddis? Everybody stays stagnant. Cam Johnson, lap number 3, still yet to conclude for him. We wait for him to cross the line. Wojciechowski moves a little bit. Hudson Howard's up to 6th. Simon Klein a 5th. Feidinger to 4th. Kanache can't improve. Baldock doesn't improve either. And that should give it to Santi Orioli for MPG Academy on pole position here in Mini Swift.
About 2/10. One heck of a lap. See Orioli, Gaddis, Johnson, Feidinger, Klein, Howard, Baldock, Stoffel, Kanache, and Sipka, all in the top 10.
There you go, 10. It's your top 10 for the unofficial results in qualifying for Mini Swift. Santi Orioli with heater that time to put himself up the order. Coming up next, 206 Senior, and we're right into it. 38 drivers total here this weekend with a cap at 40. Only 2 numbers away from that. You have the likes of Jerry Fandry, the 501, who actually was in the ER last night. Stitches for him, 11 stitches, I believe. Just ran into a slide out of, a freak accident. Think about it here at the racetrack, right, with RVs, but the reigning champ bandaged up. He's racing with us here this weekend. Jackson Barr with Franklin Motorsports, the 503. Braden Zerves. Connor Fashing, the 511. Jeremy Mason. James Mann, Max Kraus. This rookie was very, very impressive at the 514 for TB Kart, and Fandry Daniels Racing. A snap seat, that was a drive and a half by Max Kraus. He was impressive over at KA100 Sr Whiteland. Talk about a couple of others. Shane Reddy. We're looking, keeping an eye on him, on his Reddy Racing Coyote machine, as well as a couple more. Seeing Emily DeMaster entered here this weekend as well. We're used to seeing her over at Cup Karts North America, racing with us here this weekend at Road America with her team owner and AJ Roderick as well, joining us out of the state of Ohio. Adam Maxwell, your reigning champ, the 578. He was impressive out at K1 Circuit Wyland in 206. Quentin McPherson, the 579 with the Millwright Racing team out of New Berlin, Wisconsin, with us here this weekend. Nagisa Yoshikawa as well returns on the Sodi Kart CKT machine out of Brookfield, Illinois. And, given what we saw in qualifying with KA Senior, we're going to see these groups split up. There's Nagisa Yoshikawa at the back.
Now, Caleb, if you were to give a prediction here, they're going to stagger them when they're exit the pits, but how long do you think that'll last in 206? Do you think they're going to wait up for each other, or what's the prediction?
Well, this is big, right? You only have 3 laps, so I think the key here is to try and get on with it, but also put yourself in a good position, right? If you're the driver that's first out there on the racetrack, you're obviously not going to be in a good spot, because this track, especially in 206, is going to be all about the draft. It's going to be all about putting yourself within a good toe lap, and as well not catching all too soon. If you're caught up right on the rear bumper of turn number 2 when the more technical section of the racetrack is coming up, you're really going to be held up and not going to have that room to stretch your legs. So I think timing that perfectly is going to be one of the biggest keys here this weekend in at Briggs and Stratton Motorplex. So I really think by the end of lap 1 you should put yourself in a good position. So I think try and get a draft out of somebody else, and I think maybe not so much in the second group, but I think we're going to see that with our fast group here later on today, as Barr, currently the driver that's leading this field away. So, tucking down, right? You talked about Mark Steele. We saw him at the opening round of the year here at Route 66, doing that tuck, right? The Briggs tuck. You get yourself down on the seat, head's about, eye level with the steering wheel.
You just call it a Briggs stuck?
That's what they call it, right? So it's a Briggs stuck. When you get yourself kind of down there, you scoot down.
Yeah.
Your knees
you
are up.
scoot down.
When
Okay, okay.
You know, when you're kind of head down, that's something else, right? To me, that's not as effective as the Briggs stuck. Again, if you're that flexible in a go-kart, your seats, you know, a little wide enough so you can get down there, by all means, right? I think that'll be useful on a place like this. It is very fast, though. I don't know, you know, how much time you're going to have to try and make the corner. We'll see. We're not racing, so.
Now, do you do Briggs stuck?
No. No, I kind of just sit there. I don't think it does much. It's more of a mental thing,
I was
right?
never a tuck guy.
Like
period.
I would really say more than anything, it's more of a I guess headspace thing that if you're doing it, you're kind of in the headspace of like, all right, you're pretty much dialed in, right? You're like, I'm gonna go faster and faster and faster. And I think when you see somebody do that, he's really pushing it, right? He's like myself and Alex are like to say, you're giving the kart the business whenever you're kind of in that headspace. So not only that, you know, we'll see. But to me, these corners come at you fast, so you got to be on it from the get-go. Adam Maxwell, again, he's in the second group as well, and he was one of the main protagonists that we saw as well at the opening round this year. The 578 that's on your screen now on a Coyote machine. I mean, from what we saw in KA Senior, looking for some pace, and here as well in 206 Senior, right? Looking for a little more to put himself closer to the front runners. At the moment, a 55.227 for AMAX's lead driver, Adam Maxwell. Vincent Fritz to second. Max Janowek to third. Luke Norris to Giovanni Vasquez, your top five. We saw Miles Fodry, the 5.54. Put himself up to 6. Jackson Barr and Thomas Sharek. James Mann and Angelina Vasquez, your top 10 here in the second group. More laps starting to come in at 55.185 for Maxwell last time around. He just went a 10th quicker than the rest of the field. We'll follow around here the last couple of corners.
Everybody here on their second lap, about to complete or they're on their third lap, about to complete their run. They've completed 2 laps. See checker flag in the air, final laps coming in. Adam Maxwell still at the top. James Mann improves his second.
Not much. Max Janowek able to steal it from Maxwell in the last lap of 54.864 over Maxwell's 54.9. So the 577 of Janowek puts himself on the provisional pole, but we still have about 17 more drivers that are getting set to hit the racetrack for their session here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Just because you're in the second group that's not a detriment to your entire day. I mean, we'll see where that lap will stick when the second group rolls out, as the drivers make their way into the scale line.
Looks like engines are fired down on grid. They start to work their way out. Nobody's been quicker than the 501, the reigning champ. That just unfortunately didn't have the pace in the main event to really try and challenge for a race victory. And again, just consistency is key, right? That's what won him the championship last year. To my knowledge, I don't think he won a race in 2024, but his consistency was able to give him the #1 plate here in 2025. Jerry Fandry going to look for a pole position here at Road America this weekend. And again, we talked about a roller coaster of a weekend to this point. In the ER last night, 11 stitches, and looking for a pole here on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, the bandage around the head, still got the helmet on, still racing. He's second in the points right now, so you don't want to give that up. I mean, and when you're Jerry going into this year, you know, the team, TB Kart, you know, Fandry Daniels Racing, I mean, defending champion, I mean, there's a lot that goes into this, so, I mean, I'm sure missing this would have hurt real bad.
For sure, and you remind me of the heat races, of the amount of weight that we see throughout the heat races as well. I mean, that's huge, right? To put yourself in prime position to start those heat races, especially when there's 38 drivers out here this weekend. You really need to go out there and compete from the get-go, and it all starts here. It all starts in qualifying. Put yourself in a good spot for when we get into racing action here later on today. That's what it's all about. Again, and you talk about the other drivers that have been competitive. Wyatt Leslie has been one of the ones that we've seen be really competitive here this week in the 541, just right behind Jerry Fandry. You see, just really throwing that TB card into the corner.
I thought for a moment he looked back a couple times if he was waiting up to try and get into a group here, but it looks like he's still trying to get heat in the tires.
And everybody kind of, in their own, within their own part of the racetrack. It looks like Leslie is working with somebody else. That looks to be Quentin McPherson there. The driver with Millwright Racing.
McPherson is running double duty this weekend, and he's looked quick in both classes. Wisconsin native as he's going to make a pass around Leslie.
You see this, a little bit of a change. Leslie wanted the push from McPherson, and they swapped it around. For Quentin, he wants to be the driver in front. He wants to be the driver being pushed. And I think that might go the way. Well, I see why. McPherson actually on that first lap got himself up to third. But Shane Reddy, how about this kid? The 524 puts himself on the provisional pole on his first lap on the Coyote Machina, 54.731 for Shane Reddy.
It's like I said, if you were going to run into a pack or run by yourself, I'm almost thinking Jerry might have been caught out a bit, being let out of the pits first, running by himself, without a draft. He's still 8th, but definitely not the pace we saw in Happy Hour the rest of the weekend.
Here we go. AJ Roderick is making moves. Fandry now goes quick.
There he goes.
He's on provisional pole. Reddy just got stuck behind the 23 there. He doesn't improve. Palmisano. Louis, that is the 39, with a good lap to get up to second. McPherson at third. Reddy stayed stagnant. Roderick now up to fourth. Emily DeMasters up to third. So the Roderick Racing Development teammates of Roderick and DeMaster working together really well in this qualifying session. Here's a 39 of Palmisano, who's currently second, needs about a couple thousandths of a second, 3 thousandths of a second to try and steal it from Fandry here.
Yeah, by 3 thousandths of a second. The gap between first and second is insane. As Jerry actually improved on that final lap. Wyatt Leslie goes to second. Quentin McPherson to the top of the board.
Palmisano improves as well to second. Quentin McPherson, we talked about himself and Wyatt Leslie working together, pushing each other. That puts the 579 on pole position. Palmisano second. Leslie to Fandry to Stolper. Your top 5, Shane Reddy, AJ Roderick, Emily DeMaster, 7th and 8th. Eli Carter to Max Kraus. Your top 10 here in 206 Senior, Kyle. And again, we talked about putting yourself in a good position. We talked about the draft. We've said it all. For the 79 at McPherson, for the 41 of Wyatt Leslie, they put themselves in prime position to come away with a fast lap there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that McPherson and did that obviously with a draft, with a push, and you'll see Jerry Fandry, P4, was all by himself. So, I don't know how big of a difference it made, and I think the lap times kind of show us that maybe we were overthinking it a little bit, but yeah, McPherson strong in both classes this weekend, looks good. It's going to be, this lineup has a very intriguing heat racing written all over it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, what the racing looks like. Some of the biggest passing zones, I think, turn 2 is going to be the biggest one going into the chicane. I think that's going to be huge. To my knowledge, I think listening into the driver's meeting, we're going to start over in turn number 2, if I heard that correctly. Talk about turn 2, the run of turn 3, huge passing opportunities. You saw Shane Reddy traveling in turn 11, going to the stripe. So I'm really interested to see what the racing looks like here in 206 action. But that being said, KA Junior with a good showing this weekend as well, Kyle. Really good numbers for them. I believe every class, except for our 2 Masters classes, in the double digits here this weekend. 206 Junior with 23. See Alyssa Eddy, Theo Gaffer, Gavin Dyer, Pearson Golseth, I believe Nathan Golseth racing here this weekend in junior, or could be senior. A lot of drivers are opting to go up to that senior class as well, or go up, you know, an age range higher than what they're kind of used to, right? We've seen it with the micro drivers, you know, getting their feet wet in mini, and I think we're seeing a little bit of the same here this weekend with some of our junior drivers going up there to race senior.
Yeah, for sure. See Jack Fiber, who's quick in more happy hour at the top of the board on his first lap. Times are just now about to start rolling in. You know, stacked field here this weekend. Benham Abernathy, Landon Boer, Nate Golseth coming up from Texas, John Antonino, Benja Fernandez. I mean, just a huge field of juniors here getting ready for USPKS.
Yeah, it's a massive showing here in all 100cc categories. And having a look at the entry list, I think we're going to be split here as well. We have no times from Ryan Mort, Isaac Nolan, the 8:15. So wait for their times to process. And yeah, I'm just seeing it now. Actually, we have 36 drivers. So that's huge. I think even more than what we're seeing in Race Select, only the pre-registered drivers, that is. So we saw this class kind of sprout even more, I think, in the last couple of days. I'm saying 23 on Race Select. So we're over the 204, Kyle, well over. I would say that number is probably knocking on the door closer to 215. I think possibly even more than that here this weekend at Briggs and Stratton Motorplex.
It's been so good to see just how healthy and how great, you know, karting in the Midwest has been over the last couple of years. I mean, there were a few options on where to go this weekend as well, and
not even in the Midwest, right? But all over the U.S. It's been huge to see the growth of it. You know, of how healthy we've been. Any series, any weekend where you see, you know, good numbers at clubs that are growing, regional races that are growing. You know, it's been you know. I think one of the most satisfying things to see that this sport is growing and it's staying healthy, right? Heard from Xander and Brandon Jarsicrack earlier this week. They had their podcast, I believe, a couple nights ago, 2 nights ago, and they were talking about, you know, this bubble that's kind of waiting to be popped, but this is almost the new normal, right? It's been the new normal for quite some time, where we're seeing this growth, we're seeing this consistent, you know, consistently good numbers any racetrack, any weekend that you go. So that's been, I think, massive to see the growth of the sport, and that we're in a really good spot right now, right? You know, we talk about the Big 3 series, they're doing good. Our regional series are doing great. This one with 200 plus. TSRS had 190, I believe, a couple weeks ago. So this has been great for the sport the past couple weeks. Looking back at a qualifying here, the 826 of Clemec to Fiber to Cheatham, Patton and Carney, your top 5. We wait for the second half to hit the racetrack here, Kyle.
Here we go. Here comes the second group. There's Benham Abernathy, your points leader, getting ready to roll out, waiting.
I think he wanted to go a little bit too soon.
I believe he might be getting a little talking to there.
Yeah, he wanted to go a little bit too soon. They're unfortunate for Benham Abernathy. He just got held up a little more, and he's kind of looking up, right?
Yeah, you're at the end of the qualifying line. You want to go. You're ready to put down 3 good ones, and you just can't wait, right?
Yeah, so we'll see. Going to be super. I mean, a class like this with 30 plus, and any class this weekend, right, with 30 plus, qualifying is going to be that much more important here And for Abernathy, was quickest in the happy hour session. We'll see what the 817 has in store for us here, Kyle. Lap number 1.
Abernathy only leading John Antonino in the point standings by 8 points going into this one. So it's a tight championship on round 2 out of 4 on the season. So this could be a turning point either for someone new to come in and take it to the top 2, but 8 points between the two. I think you might start getting to that point where Abernathy is thinking of, when you see Antonino on the racetrack, that you two are really racing each other inside the actual race itself.
What a race as well! Last weekend for John Antonino. That last lap in OKNJ was I think one of the best races that we saw all weekend long, and Antonino surprised everybody on the fence line. What a race in OKNJ there last weekend. This time, first lap for Benham Abernathy. The 817 just went to the top on his first lap. Isaac Nolan goes quicker. Asen Dramalev, Landon Boer, Brady Shad, Nathan Golseth's up to 7th. Jackson Baldus puts in a good lap to get himself just on the edge of the top 10. There goes Ryan Mort. Benja Fernandez as well with us here this weekend. Lap time starting to come in. Easton Kubinski, you had a look at him earlier as well. But here we go. There's the 815 for the Hoach Driver Development team here this weekend on home soil in the state of Wisconsin. The 815 holds on a provisional pole as we are halfway through lap number 2, Kyle.
It's a Hoach DD 1-2 as we're about to complete their second lap. Landon Boer goes to the top. Abernathy in 3rd. Nate Golseth up to P4. Nolan slots into 5th after the second lap. Antonino creeps into the top. Antonino to the top after his second lap. Still one more lap to complete for the rest of the field. Now into their final laps. Antonino up by 200ths of a second. There's Brandon Siraki up to P2.
How about that for Brandon Siraki? What a lap for the 819 on his home state of Wisconsin as well. A couple of miles down the road from Dowson, where his dad Jamie runs the Franklin Motorsports operation out of Badger Kart Club. That's a huge lap for Siraki. Here to put himself up to 3rd. Abernathy improves on his last lap. How about Landon Boer as well on lap number 3? Puts himself on the provisional pole. We have a look at Siraki, who was really impressive a lap ago. Can the 819 get his first regional pole position? To my knowledge, that is. He finds himself in 6th. Golseth only 7th. Nolan 8th. Antonino improves a 49.1 for Buddy. Ezekiel Height to 2nd. Siraki couldn't improve on his final lap. And that's it. I think Buddy on the pole position for the MPG Academy here by 1/10 of a second, picking up right where he left off last weekend, Kyle.
Yeah, that's big for the points in this series. But like you said, just right where he left off. He's been kind of on a roll as we started this summer stretch. Picked up the win on round 1 at Stars. That got taken away, but then brought it home in round 2. John Antonino's just been on fire as we've started KC Summer. I mean, it's been really impressive to watch, and this is really going to help out his point situation going into the heat racing today.
Yeah, I'm sure Chase Jones, Billy Vincent, the entire MPG Academy team is going to be fired up for Buddy. The 93, rapid in qualifying, puts himself starting on the inside for heat racing action. Now for 206 Masters, the first year we've seen Masters be introduced here at Route 66. You look back at KA100 Sr Whiteland, where they gave free entries to everybody that entered, and that was, I think, one of the best races that we saw all weekend line, all the way down to the line. Scott Hamble had a great showing. Likes of Mark Steele was out there that weekend. That was a great, great debut weekend for the 206 Masters, and again, that was out at KA100 Sr Whiteland here this weekend. A little bit of step down, 6. A lot of drivers not choosing to make the trip out here to Wisconsin.
Anytime you introduce a new class on a season, the few rounds will be a little light.
It's a year of growth, right? For sure, for the 206 Masters class to get out here to race, and hopefully we see this class grow, like we saw. How competitive it was the opening weekend. Here for round number 2, 6 drivers total. Scott Hamble, the 641, we saw him at the opening round, as well as a couple of more. Lucas Rennick, the 601.
Now Lucas was he was a few tenths. He's about half a second ahead of the whole field in happy hour. So when you bolt on the new tires for qualifying, let's see where that is going to stand. He's coming through the final sector of the track, about to start his first lap, his first flying lap, or complete his first flying lap.
First lap underway for Lucas Rennick. A 56.028 Grathwall. And again, we saw the gap you said was about half a second, 0.6 of a second in between Grathwall and Rennick. Buddy Daly, third. Costner Kaminsky, there's Scott Hamble up to third. Pretty widespread here as far as lap times go. This qualifying session, the 601 been the driver to beat so far this weekend on his VLR machine.
Yeah, if you can hear our camera at the top of the hill, and we'll hear it next time by, they flat out through turn 3, which is a little surprising to me. That's pretty impressive. We'll see what lap 2 is here for Lucas Rennick. Is it going to be an improvement? It is. 9 tenths on the field now.
You'll hear it as well here, right? Getting on the rev limiter just right before turn number 2. You hear that little noise?
Yeah.
It's kind of going on, right? For those of you at home kind of wondering what that is.
Yeah, not lifting through turn 3.
Just right on the limiter.
You want to say that again?
No, I'm good. I'm good. That time by.
That was one of the first things when we first got into 206 racing. I never raced 206, but we did the racing with David Land, who's been on Kart Chaser, famous YouTuber. I don't know if you guys know him. He raced a 206. We got to humble him sometimes. He raced 206 at the Battle of the Brickyard, and that was one of the things that we couldn't understand is like how long you want to have these things on the rev limiter at certain points on tracks with long straightaways.
Here we go, checkered flag. Lucas Rennick, untouchable in qualifying, a 55.572. Grathwall to Hamble to Buddy Daly. Julia Noel, Costner Kaminsky. There's 6 drivers here in 206 Masters, presented by Greyhound. That's it for our free coverage. Quick commercial break. We'll see you guys on the other side. Qualifying is done. Free laps are done. It's time to go racing in Plymouth, Wisconsin here for the second round of Route 66. We'll see you on the other side.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent. Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr. How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida.